So like, I really don't understand YouTube. Maybe they weren't messing with the views. Cause like, it goes up and down every now and then. But like it goes up, and it says like about the same here. But then the last stream, or the last couple, this is like 5-minute duration. So like as this goes up, does this go down? And when this, so like, so the algorithm, is it the longer that people watch, the lower the views are? Because otherwise it's like 200-300 views and then it's like 20-30 second duration average watch. But when the average watch goes up, the views seem to fucking drop off, and then like, I don't get it. This algorithm is garbage. There is no algorithm. YouTube has had so many years to like, what even is a view? That's the dumbest stuff ever. Everything's stupid. So maybe they aren't messing with stuff. Maybe it's just stupid in general. Oh, everything's stupid. Except your mom. That's us. Okay, so like I had plans for the parser, and everything changed, which is fine. But basically, I am so easily distracted. I need to stay on track. And then, when I write code, I'm streaming. It's really difficult to write code and then not accidentally show it on stream. Like if there's stuff I don't want to show, and I spend 2-3, like a couple days like programming, I'm like, I don't want to show this on stream, and then I like stream. It's like difficult. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to like stream to avoid that. So like, I guess I'll find the call. So like the problem is the objects in the AST tree, whatever you want to call it. Having an object that contains child objects, you gotta like navigate to the parent object. That's annoying. I thought I saved. I guess I didn't. Crap. I did find and replace and I forgot to turn that caps lock back on. Damn it. I gotta run everything again. I swear it's called raycast. Why is it not doing Control F and finding it? Oh, it's T raycast. Okay, so I got T raycast or whatever. So what I do is I give it a vocabulary list or a grammar list, and what it does is it looks in the source for every character, and then if there's overlapping characters, then it skips those. So anything in the grammar that's provided is going to be found. So like if it's like this in a file, let's make another empty file. So if it's a file like this, and there's like a string, and it has like a bunch of like escape character strings inside of it. Or whatever. So like, let's say it's like parsing. The real pain in the ass is like finding this last one at the end here, because I gotta check through all these ones before it, and nobody does that because that's annoying. So you use like a regex, and regexes are so slow. Oh my god, a regex is so damn slow. Alright, so the raycast function, what you do is you give it the grammar or whatever, and whatever's in the grammar table is what it's going to look for. So I separated the parser from this one function. I'm going to use this function to like handle the matching of keywords and shit. So if I give it like this and this as like a keyword in the grammar table, whatever. Oh, it better work. It'd be really annoying if it doesn't. Because I thought everything was working, and it looked like it was working, and if it's not all working, that would suck. Alright, so if I put these in the grammar table, I gotta freaking scroll back. I need to come back to here. Oh, this 17-year-old i7 computer is very slow. And it's slow because it's a 17-year-old i7. If it runs on the worst computer, it runs even better on the better ones. So this is a grammar table. So if I put this and this in the grammar table, it means that regardless of whatever the control flow is in the grammar library graph, it's going to look for these keys because when I run it, I collect all the keys inside the grammar library. So when I call the function and I pass in the list of the keys to find, Let's look for these, whatever. So I think I'll try passing in. Oh my god, what the heck? The input on Linux is messed up. Why is it not? I need to get a different computer. I think this one's dying. The USB is freaking like degrading and shit. Oh, this computer's old. I think I'll like just like skip this character and then go, no, I'll just whatever. Alright, so I have to like, I gotta finish setting it up. I can either like set the index past the first character or I can let it start from the beginning. So I'm just gonna like get rid of the first one. So now it's not in here because it's gonna find this as the first one because it's the first one that matches, but I want to show like when that's not there, it's gonna correctly find the last one, which is here, whatever. So that's the only one in there, and then these are both in the table. So now when I run the raycast function, whatever, I guess the index starts at 0. I think this is 0. I think that's the index. It's gonna start from 0 and then from that point find every character that exists in the grammar table. If it doesn't exist, it's end of file. So it looks, it's either end of file or it exists. And then it has to match exactly whatever the symbol is. And then if there's a repeat of a symbol or an overlap, then it picks whatever the largest match is. Oh, that was so much fun to set this stuff up. Not really. These are the kind of things like I always avoid and just come up with like a cheap, crappy solution. So now I have like a solid, I can use this all the time now. So when I run it, it runs the file and it finds this token and this token because they're in the grammar library. So like this is where I pass in the grammar library, I think. Why can this just not work? Just work. Why is it not clicking? I swear to cheese. Oh my. I can't take it. It's 2026. This is not 1950s. I shouldn't have to put up with this. Oh, there it goes. There. That's all I wanted. Just wanted to click the mouse. And now it's working. It's great when things work. That's amazing. It's beautiful. It's like, wow, it's working. Because nothing ever works. So this isn't the grammar table. This is... I need to attach the grammar table to this. This holds the results of the grammar table. So these are all the keywords in the grammar table that are defined over here. Oh, they were over there. So each of these get an index. So like it allocates these because I'm going to thread it. I'm going to test it on the video card and then I'm going to test threading, and I'm going to test against single core, and I'm going to test it against JavaScript. I'm going to write it in assembly. And I'll move all this stuff to the compute stage of the GPU. And if the GPU is actually capable of like doing work that the CPU can wait on, and then there might actually be a purpose or a use for the GPU. And since everyone has big ass beefy video cards, well, a lot of people do, then the program, just a normal program, will be able to, we'll get like a speed boost, whatever, because I'm test whatever, and then I'll be able to like apply it to like the actual language I'm finishing up. And when I say language, I mean like I'm making a language for programming, but it's in assembly level, not like I'm using the fucking LLC or whatever the hell it is that everyone uses, where it's just C language in disguise. It's not a separate language. It's just not saying like, oh, I made a language. No, you didn't. You just like stylized and added extra tags and fancified or removed features and called it a language. You didn't make a language. Or people are like, I made an engine. It's like, no, you made something in an engine that exists and it does something. You didn't make an engine. You made, like, there's people that actually make it, the engine, and then they never get credit or whatever. Just, yeah. Everybody thinks they made something, and then there's people who actually make something, and then when you make it, you can't even sell it because the whole like e-commerce market is a joke. It's not set up to be like profitable from selling software. It's set up to like exploit software and make sure everything's always available. So these are all the keywords in the grammar table. And then this is however many times I unrolled the loop for threading and compute and whatever reasons. So like raycast in Unity takes up, if you can pass in the same allocation, hold the result every time, it runs much faster. So I'm setting up kind of like that, where I pass in a slab of memory and then I use it every time, round and round and round. But in JavaScript, that's not really going to make a difference, but it might, possibly, it could, if it's jitted. So like this is like the unrolled amount, and then that's 8 or whatever it is. And then these are like allocated to the grammar length, which is this, so whatever this length is how big the array is. And then the grammar table might change. Well, it will change every language. So it's not, I don't know, the thing's flexible. If like you have a generic grammar and you can express it in the table, then it's going to compile it or parse it or whatever. So I typed everything up, inlined it, so when I get to like setting up an assembly after, it's easier to get the offsets. It's less to like have to like manually undo, because because there's a lot of stuff I had to fucking like modify to get to assembly. So it's like one less thing to do. Except I could, well, it doesn't matter for this part, because this is like, it resizes anyway. So each of these arrays are like this, whatever the size of the table is. So this ends up being a fixed size slab of memory, and each stage only ever uses this much memory. So it's purely data driven. So when I get to the GPU, I can just pass this fucker in, have like several different whatever running, and have it work on like different parts of the file at the same time. And I can like stitch together between files if there's like overlap of characters. And I'll paste this in the video description, but I'm going to wait on that stuff. And then you can't do that stuff in JavaScript anyways, so I'm not going to bother. At least for JavaScript. So like parses it runs, it uses a fixed whatever grammar table. And then it's, I'm doing this for like block scope. Because block scope is the most annoying part of parsing. Normally you parse and people like, they find all these characters. Like the string characters. And they'll like loop and they'll like, oh, here's one, here's another one, here's another one. Oh, there's another one right here. And then they make this like little data tree. And then they're like, okay, now let's look for like escape characters. Oh, this one's actually an escape character. And then they go through over and over and over. And like, this one's probably a variable. There's a space here. And then it's like, oh, let's check. Is this a space? And they check this space, empty space, against like 30 possible white space characters. And they save a little table of like, oh, this is a space. This is a tab. This is this. So like they save a list of like everything they don't want to find. And then it's like this, I think it's pretty stupid. I mean, why would you look for what you want to find when you could like skip over what you don't want to find anyways? It seems like misguided or something. I don't know. It just seems stupid, really. Really stupid. I don't know. So like in art class for like typography, there's like dot, line, shape, size, color. So like that's not what this is doing here. This seems like a joke to do it that way. It's like an art class in college. It's like dot, line, shape, size, color, whatever. It's like a dot, a project with dots. And then next project's line. And then you get shape. This tablet sucks. The tablet is like, it can be aligned to the screen space or to the ratio of the screen. And it doesn't save the setting. Ever. It always resets. And everything's a little bit off. This is annoying. Alright, so then you get like shape, color, whatever. So in programming, if you have a file, if you have a file, if you go through the file and you mark every single thing, you're like, oh, this one's a scope. It's like a square brace, and then there's another square brace here. And if you go through piece by piece and you make this little data collection, because on Wikipedia, they make it sound so simple.
Recursive descent parser.
And Stack Overflow, people are like, oh, just use a recursive descent parser. Really straightforward.
In computer science, a recursive descent parser is a kind of top-down parser built from a set of mutually recursive procedures, or a non-recursive equivalent, where each such procedure implements one of the non-terminals of the grammar. Thus, the structure of the resulting program closely mirrors that of the grammar it recognizes. 1, 2.
And it's like, oh, look, here's how it works. And it's like a little map here. And it's like, it's not that simple. If it was that simple, then there wouldn't be so many exploits when or buffer run overflows. But there are, because it's not that simple. Because it's like, well, that's probably why people look for the space, because they're doing it this way. And they're like, hey, I need the exact keyword. So anything that's a space, get rid of that. So they go through and they're like, no space, no space, no space. And they find the first thing that's not a space. They're like, oh, hallelujah. It's not a space. Oh, that means I do something with it. And they go to like the little table and they're like, which one does it fit in? And it's like, oh, now I gotta get rid of the spaces. No space, no space, no space. So like, I wanna avoid all the headache. And so far I'm avoiding it, but I'm just making a whole bunch of new things I gotta do. And this doesn't seem to end.
An optimization for parsers is to ignore white space correct or no. Give an example. Yes. Common optimization. But depends grammar. Many parsers first run Lexa tokenizer. Input x equals 5 plus 10. Lexa produces ident x equals number 5 plus number 10. White space skipped. Parser never sees it. Pseudocode. While C equals C equals TC equals N. Advance. Then continue reading next token. Instead of ident space equals space number space plus space number, parser gets ident equals number plus number. Benefits: fewer tokens, less parser work, simpler grammar, faster parsing. Not always possible. Python if x print 1.
I totally forgot about these languages. I need to account for that. That block scope is technically spacing for some things. Man.
Spaces determine structure. String literals. Hello world. Space inside string cannot ignore.
Alright, so here it says,
while C equals TC equals N. Advance. This, while C equals TC equals N. Advance, is the year 2026. It's not 1950s, correct? Does Unicode not exist? Why is this of your output so out of date? Those are not the actual only white space characters, please. List all of them, no. BS. Correct. That example intentionally showed the common ASCII case, but it is not sufficient for a modern Unicode parser. There is no finite hard-coded list that is correct forever. Unicode defines white space properties. If you want to recognize Unicode white space, use the Unicode white space property or your language's equivalent API. Unicode white space characters. Currently,
I thought there's like 30 something. Alright, so the optimization is like, I think it's 30, I don't think it's 25. Alright, so like, when parsing, it's like, is this a white space? I gotta find the next token to put in the recursive descent parser. Let me quickly optimize by checking this single char code against like 25, 30 different white space characters. Nope. And next character. Nope. Oh, well, there's like a yes in here. And then this one's like, no. It's like, oh, that must be a character. I had to check all like 30 something characters. Alright, let me check the next one. No. Like you can make a hash table for these characters, but there's different encodings. It's a lot of characters. So like, this seems totally ridiculous to parse that way. It's not 1950s, you know. Things change. Tech gets updated. In software companies, they go out of business. Like Microsoft. I don't think Microsoft is going to make it. The times are changing.
Unicode white space characters. Currently, U+0009 character tabulation, HT, U+000A line feed, LF, U+000B line tabulation, VT, U+000C form feed, FF, U+000D carriage return CR, U+0020 space, U+0085 next line. Nel, U plus 00A0 no break space, U plus 1680 ogm space mark, U plus 2000 n quad, U plus 2001 em quad, U plus 2002 n space, U plus 2003 em space, U plus 2004 3 per em space, U plus 2005 4 per em space, U plus 2006 6 per em space, U plus 2007 figure space, U plus 2008 punctuation space, U plus 2009 thin space, U plus 200A hair space, U plus 2028 line separator, U plus 2029 paragraph separator, U plus 202F narrow no break space, U plus 205F medium mathematical space, U plus 3000 ideographic space. Total 25 code points. I thought there was 30-ish, okay? So 25, how efficient is it to loop in place, to compare each code point, every char in the file, to compare each char if it is a white space that is literally like checking again to full keyword. For every damn char code, why not actually check again to real string and match it? And most keywords are smaller than 30-ish chars, checking for if that's only 2 length, checking for else that's for checking for space. That's a guaranteed 30-ish length.
So like, maybe I'm stupid, maybe I don't get it. But like, checking every single thing like 33 times is basically checking a length of a string. So like, C language, JavaScript, if else then catch, those are all short keywords. But to check for a space, we're talking like 30 possible lengths, like characters. And then they're not all like, that's 21. So why check every single character against these 21? I guess you could parallelize it. So I don't know, whatever. So like, why check against like that many characters when you could just like check for like the character itself? Like, this is one length. If there's like an if, it's like 2 length. But no, it's like check like 33 characters or 25, whatever it is, 21. I don't know, whatever. Maybe I don't get it. Maybe I'm stupid. I hope not.
Good question. The answer is, parsers almost never literally compare against 25 values one by one. There are several faster approaches. Method 1, giant if chain, worst.
That's how they make AI.
Giant if chain, worst.
And that's supposed to be a joke, but it's not.
If C = 0x20, C = 0x09, C = 0x0a. Dart, C = 0x3000. This is simple, but generally not what high-performance lexes do.
Oh, that's kind of nice. That's kind of clever.
Method 2. ASCII fastpath. Most common, 9% plus of source code is ASCII. If C 128, return a semi-white space table. C, return Unicode white space. C, a semi-white space table is just 128 bytes.
Just 128 bytes. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, this is larger than an ASCII. So I guess you do the ASCII check, and then you do what? You make a hash table? What a waste of memory. It's a good way to fuck the cache line. Oh, it's like one memory load, okay.
One memory load. 1.
Oh, what you could do. There's like an xlat instruction. I think it's kind of slow because it's like an old one. But like you give it an address at the base register. And then it goes to like a 256 table. And then I think AL, the low register of A, you pass in which index and it returns back in AL the index value. So if only 128 ASCII characters, you could waste like a byte to say like true false for like those 128 and the ones after it. You could use those to look to other lookup tables. And then that's only like 256 times 128. Because the other half is used for like the actual byte ones, but like the ones that are not a byte. I think they can be up to 4 byte length, but I don't think white space characters ever get that long. That's at least like another, possibly, actually no, maybe like 64. The Unicode character encoding, you are technically whatever. As you get past the first one, the length is smaller, but it's not, because they said at the top it's, you know what, these actually do fit in a table. Because the second bit's set to say this is 2 bytes, and they just waste bytes in between. So yeah, these do actually fit. Even the space does. And that's a null character. But it's not. It's got that there. Alright, never mind. I guess they do all fit. Except for this one. Oh, is that why it doesn't like bomb characters? What program was it? There's a program and it's like, I think it's Microsoft. Microsoft is like they destroy your file if you have like a bomb character in it. Oh, it's because Microsoft is so fucking out of date that it breaks their shit because they're relying on everything being below a byte. But you still gotta check for this to say like, is it to length? You gotta check if it's, you know, whatever.
Something like page equals stage 1, C, 8, mask equals stage 2, page, C, and 255. No linear search, usually 2-3 memory accesses. You only have one code point. Question: is U plus 1234 white space? Not. Does this string equal one of 40 words?
No, it's called the memory load. I like this here.
Efficient implementations.
This is from a Microsoft document, like their own website, whatever. Really, the sound just died. That's fucking awesome. Oh, and it's stuck. I'll just leave it up there. So it says compiler limits. The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs. The following list case where Microsoft C++ compiler does not implement the recommended limits. The first number is the limit that is established in ISO C++ 11 standard. And the second number is a limit implemented by the C++ compiler. Nesting levels of compound statements, iteration control structures, and section control structures, C++ standard 256. So that's a standard. Do you know what a standard is? You meet the standard, then you're that thing. If you don't meet the standard, you're subpar. If you don't meet the standard, you don't meet the thing. You're not the thing. The C++ standard is 256. Microsoft C++ compiler depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. So compilers aren't efficient because they're doing these things. They're efficient because they're not meeting the standard. Everything's stupid. And this text-to-speech is stuck. I'm not gonna waste time with chatbot. I need to stop stalling and get something done. So instead of doing it that way, I'm checking for the actual string. I'm saving a table of all the results. And then so far it looks like it's working. And then it reuses the same chunk of memory over and over and over to cut down on memory pressure and stuff. So I have a single generic function that takes a table. I have to update it to pass out a table. Because right now I have it set up to like it populates these temporary tables, but I have to make another table pass back. So I need to make a thing to pass into it to hold the result. Otherwise I gotta like loop the table and then like there's extra indirection to deal with and it's annoying. So I gotta make like another argument like array result or something. And then this I can pass it around into like different functions. So if it's threaded, I can have like different functions going on at the same time. I can keep like a bank of like memory being used. Like this one's using 2, this one's using 4, whatever. And the result's like separate from this end. Alright, so I got this function to use for whenever I have to like find a keyword. And if I pack all the possible keywords that exist in the grammar library, which are known because it's in the table, so everything that's known is known. So I have like absolute knowns and then whatever. So that means whenever I use this, and then I have every keyword in it, I get the result. It'll be from whatever index that it started at. Past that point, all the keywords I matched. And they end up in an array, and it's just like this, whatever. It's like this is order, it's like this one, then this one. Or if it's like other words, whatever, they're in order. So, the annoying thing is the objects in JavaScript. And like navigating objects is annoying. So I'm making like a block scope parser. I gotta fix the sound. So it's like a block scope parser. That means my priority are like, I want to only solve block scope. So I got this to find the characters, so now I can finally get the stupid block scope part done. I'm tired of saying block scope. So like a linked list of nodes or an object that has parent-child objects and then arrays are annoying. It's like navigate as like the output structure. So if I have like blocks and there's like a block or like a square brace block or like a string block, the number of blocks are known, because those are the blocks you're looking for. And if you're not looking for them, then they're not in the table and they're not part of like what's being looked for, so they're not relevant. Because I want to separate the blocks from the rest of it. Kind of like dot, line, shape, size, whatever. Instead of like just like checking if everything's a nail or a hammer. What's the saying? Like everything's a nail on your hammer or something. I can't text to speech because I gotta restart the computer to text to speech. Now, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So, I think most programmers, all they have is a hammer. And they go like, bang, 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 bang. It's not a white space character. Alright, next one. Bang, 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 bang. Bunch of lemmings. It's how we've always done it. Don't reinvent the wheel. Because we're too stupid to use it. That's why we treat everything as a hammer. I mean a nail. Old dogs can't learn new tricks. Please don't change anything. How are we going to steal it if you change it up? Make sure your code's readable. Because you don't know who's going to be reading it. But everyone that's taking code, they all know they're going to be reading it. So remember, keep your code readable. Alright, so like, if these are the blocks, and then I know there's like 3 blocks I'm looking for. Do I have a copy? Okay. I want to set it up so like, I have nodes that represent the data structure. But since I have known like bounds or like it's known whatever absolutes, there's like this many kind of blocks, there's this many whatever of a fixed size whatever. This is like 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I say like 0 is block, 1 is like square braces, 2 is string scope. My length is 3. So I was thinking I would set it up. If this will even work, it might not work. I might just like revert and be like, I'm just gonna do objects. Except if I do it like this, where like, if this is like the output, since the scope is known, so I gotta finish, I have a JavaScript API. And I need to make a top level for people to like convert to pass things into the API. So one thing I need is people to be able to like identify strings and pass them in. So if I set up like this, then strings are 2. And if you check the output array when you call it to like parse file, if you want to find all the strings, you could like access 2. Because that's like 2, the second one of the block type. And then if this array held like the length, like maybe it was like 30 strings in one cell or whatever in the array, or object with properties, whatever. Maybe it holds like whatever the first string starts at, maybe it's like 40 or something. It also needs a type. So like this type is like 3 because it's string, 2 actually. So like this type is 0, this type is 1, and 2. It's like 40 length, maybe like there's like 20 square brace things. Maybe like 10 block things. Maybe the blocks start at like 10 or 3. Maybe the square braces start at like 15. And then this would be the first thing. So what's the first thing? The first thing would be... Oh, this computer is so slow. Oh my god. So, what's the first thing? I guess that would be the total length. Oh no, that would work. Alright, so like... I'm gonna ignore that for now. Alright, so like, let's say you want to get the first thing. If this is 0, that means the first thing is 0. There's a block scope. If the first thing has the number 2 there, that means it's a string. Because 2 is what enum that the string thing got. Which means the string things, they start at 2, and there's 40 length. And this is the first one. And then you count down from 40 to get through all 30 of them. Or if it's like 1 here, maybe the first thing is a square brace thing. Then you go, oh, there's 1. I mean, it starts with this type, which is 1 of block. So it's the enum of the type is 1 enum. And then block here says 10 length. So there's 10 of them, and they start at 3. So each block is going to hold the next block, kind of like a linked list, except it's actually just like a direct array index. It's that node, whatever this holds here. And it starts at 3, so the next one's gonna hold like whatever the next one is. So this way, it's possible to like loop the data structure by the exact type you're looking for. So like for my JavaScript engine, I have a table, and then like you gotta specify which string it is in the table of strings. Because I like absolutes. That's the only way things work, is when they're absolute. Not like this fucktardery. Compiler limits. Learn their fucking website. This is absolute shit. Nesting levels of compound statements, iteration control structures, and selection control structures. C++ standard is 256. Microsoft C++ compiler. Well, depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110. What the fuck is that? That's not an absolute. That's called a major headache. When something gets really complicated and you don't know exactly what it depends on the combination of. And then it doesn't build, and you're like, well, is there too many parentheses? Is there too many block scopes? Is there too many ifs? Is there too many loops? Well, that depends on the combination. It's called a standard. You know why it's called a standard? Because it's like, hey, this is an absolute. C++ standard says 256. That's what it is. What kind of shit is this? It's shit. Fucking fuck. You don't know until you know. And then you're like, you know what? All this shit can burn. I'm gonna make my own system and just replace it all. And I'll get fucked. It's like absolutes. It's like my engine. Strings will go up here, I guess, this example. So like each string, whatever, goes to a table where it's like, this is all, it's basically like a linker, where like everything's defined, this is where it's at, and this is like which index, which string. So like if you want to optimize before passing into the engine, because the engine will probably optimize anyways, but you could like pass in less data by being like, oh, these are all the same thing. And then merge strings where they're the same, and then when you pass it in, you can use less numbers to like represent which string it is in the table. So like, well, this is block scope. Well, okay, anyways. I'm trying to like accomplish like a bunch of things in one solution. All right, so like if it's set up like this, then it means when you traverse it, you could go by the first thing and like access what kind is it. It's 1, and then it's like, oh, it says 20 length. And I guess this would be like the total length of all the nodes. Maybe it was like 487 length total. That means that every node, I guess this would include these first ones here. So every node that is like the 487th is the last node. So like, you know, when you're at the end, if you decide to like traverse just node by node by node from start to finish, then you're able to like loop the file as it is. And it makes it way easier because you can like loop and be like, all right, I just want to go through the whole fucking thing. And you can just loop from front, whatever's after the first one, and then to the end of it. But if it's like you want to parse it and then you want to like check and you want to go by blocks and you want to like find all the blocks or whatever, you know what, this might not be perfect. This means that every single block would need to hold this inside of it. Man, I gotta change it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. If I do it this way, then like this would only account for the top level blocks, not the ones inside of it. If there's like a block that holds a block, then that block's gonna need to like oh, this computer's so slow. If there's a block that holds a block, then when it enters a block that holds a block, then that block is going to need to hold a collection of blocks inside of it. And maybe it's like, maybe it holds like 4 blocks. And then you'd have to like always add every time you enter a new block, plus whatever this length is. The number of kinds of blocks to get to the next block. I think I might just make like nodes, like normal. I need some more water. I don't know. So I was thinking like I would provide the closing block inside each of them. So you go from this block to wherever it says the first one is, and then you get that one that has the closing in it. And then you know to go back that far. Oh, it's be too complicated. And then I have to like, you know what, whatever. Maybe not. I want to set up where it's like this, whatever. You jump to the end of it, and you get the start of it. You jump to the start of it, and then you know where the end is. And then you loop till you get to the end, and you go to the next one. I would have to make a whole like thing to keep track of that stuff too. So I want to like mix the length and the position. Or like length is there and then the position of the thing is here. If I say like if it's like a string, I say like the string length is 5. I'll make it a smaller number. I say like the string length is 3. I say like the first string is here. I say like the first one's F5. Except actually I'd say the last one. All right, so like if 2 is a string type and I say like there's 3 strings, the first one starts at 10. So you go to 10, and it's like, okay, there's 3 strings because it says here. So you know there's 3, and then that's going to hold the last string. So that means that this string, or whatever, this cell is going to hold the first string, which is like 5 or whatever. So you go to 5, and then 5 holds the next one, because you know there's 3 of them. So it holds 8, and then 8 holds 10. They can see last one here. And then you have like a natural loop. That's kind of funny. Okay, but then like the length here is like this string is 2 length, this one's 4 length, this one's 8 length. And then I can use the same field to represent the length of total or the length of the character string. And then the actual file position, this is like way too clever. This is not worth it. And then people would have to like, they'd have to make their own stack. They'd have to be like, all right, I'm going to save this on the stack. 10 is where it ends. Or they'd have to be like, all right, 5. If I ever hit 5, that means it ends at 5. Otherwise, they'll end up in an infinite loop. So like, you know what, never mind. But then you could like encode stuff like this. And if you ever want to like extract all strings or whatever, you can get all strings that way. And if you want to like go left to right, then you just access it left to right. It's like, oh, it starts from this point. Oh, each one still needs to hold the type. Type's implied with that one because it's like the first one, or it's like, you know what, whatever. And then I'm trying to make it like an API that people will use. I'll just make it like normal. Never mind. That saved me a lot of time. Since I'm streaming, I'm not gonna go down the route of like actually doing this because I would have like wasted a day or two setting that up and then being like, this is way too complicated. No one's gonna want to do that. So I have a generic whatever library, generic whatever list of all the keywords. It's parsing blocks. All right, so I'm not doing that for that part. Except the block parts, since it's parsing for blocks, a string block can't contain a, well, technically it can. So I'm trying to make a block scope parser, not like an entire parser. So technically, I'm not going to think about the more technical situations because those are like after the fact. If I'm doing block scope first only, then like a string's not going to contain a block, like a curly brace block. So if I have like a list that's like can contain, the string would be empty, except this curly brace block. It's like a string. It's not going to contain a square brace or block because a string is a block. But like a block, that might contain square braces, these, whatever. It might also contain more blocks inside of it. And then a square block or a brace. I guess technically it can contain both of these, so this is kind of pointless actually. Really, the context does make a difference. I need more caffeine. Oh, this is annoying. I'm literally just gonna have blocks at the end. That is useful. It's like really useful, but it's annoying. I want to just do the whole parser. This is like a partial parser. Like I might as well just write the whole thing. Oh man. I don't have time for that. And I'm not gonna post the whole thing for free. I'll just stick to the block scope only. So if I like replace these with like the keyword like that indicates the kind of block, then it means this one holds this. And this one holds this. And this one holds nothing. Because it's not supposed to hold either of these. And I can make this into like a bit field. And when it's parsing, I'll wait for that. Alright, so I'm gonna like get some more caffeine and then I'm not gonna do this right now. I'm gonna work on this, whatever. The block scope rules. I really wanted to do this. Ah, man. I can't let it. I need a second to just freaking let it go and be like later. This adds so much extra complexity. And people are used to dealing with like linked lists, like finding next, last, and like all that shit. So I'll just like keep the rest of it like normal. So I'm working with block scope. I have to just stick to block scope and not get like tied up with like the parser part of it. Just like separate things based on block scope. That's all I gotta do. I might need this again. I might as well test this really quick. Alright, so it should find these in this order. That's an infinite loop. So like mix mix up the ordering. Oh, it better work. Alright, so these are in the grammar table. So when it finds the keywords, it should find these. And passing it into like the raycast function to like find them. Where'd it go? Oh, it's here. So it should find them and it should put them in the order that they're in. Because I've tested this and I thought it was working, but I didn't really test it. I was like, all right, that's it, has to be working. I should have really tested it. Because if there's a bug, it's be really annoying to deal with. Because I won't know where it's broken. Or I'll be like, what the hell's happening? And it's like broken at an earlier level than what I'm working on. So it should find these and then output that order. The dog jump, yay, I think it's working. I feel like something's not working. I really should have tested it. So I put like abracadabra. It's like a really good word to test for. It's got like repeating letters and everything. So if I break this up into chunks, so so if I split up in like this, then it's like abra and then C and then like whatever these partial words. So I should find this and then also find raw and then find ab from abra, whatever. Find it separate from this because this is a total word and these are partials. And even though there's overlap, it should find everything that matches once. So like this overlaps here. This overlaps here. This one overlaps here. That doesn't, and this doesn't. This is like the full word in the file. So I'm going to hit save here. I'll delete one of them. So I should find the separate parts, even though it's all one single touching token, whatever. And then the input's stuck. This is annoying. Oh wait, it's working. No, it's a pop-up. It was waiting until I was in the middle of typing to say like, hey, do you want to buy this program? Let's wait till you're typing and then we'll pop this up as you're in the middle of typing or clicking something. And maybe you'll click on it. Or maybe it's gonna like screw up when I'm trying to like click and type. Because a pop-up just popped up. And then it's like, why am I gonna pay for this if you're gonna be annoying about it and have this pop-up come up? I gotta fucking click cancel. Put these in the table. And they're in a different order. So it should find these all. And then they should be in the correct order. Even though there's no spacing and stuff. It's just like that, whatever. I tested it, but like, you never know. So I don't know. It's probably fine. So I found these and then ordered them. If I get rid of this enter new lines, you should have found everything. Alright, so I'm pretty sure it's working. If it's not working and it doesn't find something, I'm gonna end up being really annoyed. Because I'll be like, I'm not gonna think of checking this. I'm gonna assume this is working and there's a bug, but I don't think there is because I think it's solid. But it's really complicated. So last time it didn't work, and it is working, so it has to be fixed. Because I've checked so many cases and I adjusted it. It has to be fine. I'm leaving it. Just gonna freaking trust that it works. If it doesn't, I'll have to deal with it anyways. So assuming that everything works, I don't want to waste time checking everything again. So I'm going to assume. So assuming so, I'm going to get to the block scope then. Have this. So I got to get started. I think I have an idea what I'm going to do. These are like keys in the table, or like conditional then move. So it's like conditionally entering one of these A, B, C, D, whatever blocks. And then based on the move inside of it to do, it's a grouping of separate keys. So I can have it map to other parts, whatever. So like I have keys to get to these parts, and then I think 2 is going to be like to go to a different one. So I need a loop. I already have a loop. But I need to test what's passed back. Or I already know what's passed back. It's the list of things in order. I need to test for what's in the list based on the tokens that are passed back. And then this, if it holds like I called it like GLK for like grammar library key. But if I have 2 and then block or rule, I think I might do rule. Then I can do grammar library T for like 2. And then pass in one of the conditional groupings and like one of the blocks inside of it, like the move. And I can conditionally move to there to check those keys. It's like advance the program, whatever, or the parser, or the whatever you want to call it. So then anything that holds like a grammar library, a 2 thing, whatever, it's going to navigate to that grouping. And then whatever was in the grammar table that's passed back is found. So it's going to leave this raycast, check whatever current thing it's in, if it finds something that's in here, it's gonna check it, and then it's gonna be like to another thing or whatever, or it's gonna be like grammar library rules. So instead of a T, I'll put R, or like rule or something, or call it a block or a scope. I don't know. And when I say rule, then I can specify which block rule it is. So you can say like it's a block, it's square braces, it's string. And I need to specify like, is it opening or closing for a string? So I need like another, maybe like a Boolean. Because I want to keep it like only block scope related. So maybe like, or zero. Maybe zero means like not, or like it hasn't opened the block yet. And then one maybe means like drop the block. Or I should actually make it indexed. Or that should be another argument. So I gotta figure it out. So then like the rule will pick the block, and then I want to like keep it like as simple as fucking possible. So it's just gonna block scope parse. And then in the end you get like a chunk, a linked list of like all things in it. I might just make it a flat list, not like nested. Because nested lists are like fucking annoying to deal with. You like navigate in, out, back, forth. So instead of like playing games with like saving collections, I guess that could be done afterwards. And then that's just more I gotta do, set up. So I think I will make it like a flat whatever. And then maybe I could hold like a pointer, but not really a pointer, reference, whatever you want to call it, to like. I'm gonna think about it. I gotta just make a decision and get done. Except then it's gonna call to like find whatever token. So I'm doing the absolute opposite of white space. Except the white space might matter. Except I want to try to like make it not dependent on white space. Because I want to remove space from the whole like equation. Because that's what artists do. They like do something and they do it a very specific way just to prove it can be done. So since everybody typically uses like spaces, whatever. Oh, I can't just undo. Whatever. So like typically everyone like it's like all they have is a hammer and everything looks like a nail. It's like, hey, is it white space or is it not white space? So I'm trying to like not do that. Like Picasso, whatever. He did like really shitty art on purpose. He's like, oh, it's abstract art. Pay me a bunch of money. I'm Picasso. No, it wasn't. He's being cheap. People paid for it. So instead of like, so Picasso's point was like he could do abstract art. It doesn't even have to look like what it is. Just represent it and people buy it. And he did that. So like, white space is the only thing that matters when parsing. So if I can get rid of that, and I don't check for like the space in between. And I check for like the positive space instead. And it's like intentionally doing the opposite or whatever, because a negative space like holds the letters in place. It makes more sense to test for like the actual space itself than like everything around it. That seems kind of stupid. I don't know. So I'm gonna like shut up and get something done. I'm gonna make a bunch of stupid mistakes, as I call people stupid. I'll be right back. So like this was like my original plan. I was gonna have like 4 steps: pre-push, post-pop, and nothing at all went that way. It did kind of. It's like the same concept, whatever. Except like it sucks. Oh, it takes so much work to like whittle down to like one solution. And this is all actually for like JavaScript engine and game engine. I'm trying to like what I want is a hammer. So I can be like, oh look, it's a nail. Bam, bam, and then like everything's a fucking nail. I just gotta make the hammer. So I'm trying to make a hammer. That's my problem. So most people, they try to treat everything like a nail. And then I'm trying to like just make the hammer so everything can be a nail. Because this stuff doesn't work in general. If it did work, the operating system, any of it, then I would be able to like click on the screen, not have the mouse input get stuck. I'd be able to like zoom in out. I'd be able to type. It'd be more responsive than this. This is not responsive at all. So this stuff doesn't work. So I can't like, yeah, nothing works. Alright, I'm gonna shut up because I'm done. I should check my notes and other stuff, but I'm just gonna just keep going and just make it up as I go. It's a waste of time to like check other stuff. So I'm like, get rid of all this extra crap I added. Alright, so I gotta start somewhere. I need to focus. I need to just get this done. So I have a table. Then inside the table I have like conditionals and then like moves. So it's like conditional move, whatever. Like conditional A, B, C, whatever. Yeah, like moves. I should call it a block instead of a rule. Then it sounds more like a block, where it's like a solid chunk, not like a bunch of pieces. Because it needs to be treated as like a chunk, not the parts inside of it. So these are both keys. It's like the same thing with more steps. So it's kind of like the same thing, whatever. And there's like two and then block. So two is to get to the next thing, to like navigate the conditions. And I gotta account for like Python and what was it? And YAML. I didn't know YAML was space. Indicated like block. Oh, man, that's annoying. It's like a completely different problem. Man. So I got a key and I got two in block. It's like the two things are like E stands for like enum, but this isn't really an enum. It's like an object. So like grammar library 2, like this conditional and then this move inside the thing. And this is like, I think I'm going to call it like block instead. The grammar library block. It's like this is a block. I'll tag it with the kind of block. And I'll go on the rules based on the block. And then this would control the scope, or not the scope, the stack or whatever when it pushes and pops from the stack. I want to try like set it up so like that's not even relevant. You just type it in. You like set up the how everything's related, like condition wise, based on the keywords and shit. And then it just runs it. Yeah. So like, it's like conditional will be whatever one's on. If pink is like the two things. And then behind the scenes it's like backed by like the data structure that's like being constructed. If it finds like the two things, whatever. Then those, they don't make like new leaves from the data structure. So they're not going to add anything new. They're only to like conditionally adjust the control flow. Because like the preprocessor has like a single symbol used. And then most people only know like pragma, and they're like, pragma once, they'll just leave that at the top. And nobody knows why. Because they use C++. So like this is like the same exact thing for everything, whatever. And then some older compilers, there can't be a space between these. It has to be touching. But some newer compilers will most, basically. You can have spaces in here. And then I want to remove the spaces from the equation. So like it's just like you have like your simple tokens. You define them in the table. And it's only block scope, so like I want to keep it only block scope. So table has nothing to do with spaces. But you could have a space in a character if you need a space in a character. And then it's still going to run just fine, so you like undefine the space in there. I also want to remove the spaces because it adds like a shitload of complexity. I mean, not complexity. I did the complexity, like figuring this out. And it's like a shitload of like tons of shit you could do. You could be like, alright, I need to like stay on track. I'm trying to figure out this. I'm trying to like figure out this. how to account for block scope when it's like Python. And it's like scope is determined by like freaking like spaces. Oh, that's fancy. Oh man, that's awesome. It's not perfect though. Well, this kind of, you know what? I can't focus anyways. So like since I'm ignoring space altogether, and technically there's a new line. No, that could work. Be like, does that have end if? I don't remember what it was. Whatever it is. Is it print or printf? Python sucks your mom's snake. Alright, so I could do this. I could say this is a thing. Except I can't exactly. I have to like determine how to indicate like this. Say like that's one tab or one indent, this is two. This is pointless. This would be a pointless reason to use this parser. I think I'm just not gonna bother with Python. I think Python does have scope though. Alright, but this would work though. So like if I run this, have like two tabs there, one tab here, three tabs here. If I have a file and I have like three tab spaces, whatever. Wow, this is so laggy. The heat is probably not helping. This computer's probably really fucking hot. So this is like a 3 space, and this is 1 and this is 2. So the first 3 space should be at 1, 2, 3, 4, index 4. And however many characters, the next one should be here and then here. So if I run it, oh yeah, I added this. Then ta-da, I found the 3 space first, and then I found 1 space and the 2 space. You know what, that's kind of funny. Python is so stupid in the first place. And since it's stupid, if you want to parse Python with this parser, you can just fucking like predefine all the possible tab spaces, because Python's stupid. And then it'll find them. It's beautiful. This is literally the perfect. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. It's a perfect example. Everything is a tab, then everything is a tab. So just define all the possible indentations, and then you're covered. So 1 indentation. 3, then 4. And then what you could do is you could set it up as this is like the first stage. So instead of preprocessor checking for this, I guess like you could like predefine all the possible tab indentations. And then have like the rest of like the if whatever block scope. Except it would actually find them in the order that they're in. So that's why I want to keep the space out of it. Because if you leave spaces out of it, then it's easier to do stuff like this or like... I can't even think of an example. I guess you could have like if like the spaces are like known to only be one space. Like this wouldn't work if like there's like a variable amount of spaces. Except you could do like this. You can reorder them. Put in the table. Then you should find these in order. Like the first instance from whatever the point is in the file. This is first. That's right. This is next. That's right. And then it says this one. That's right. So I don't know, then you can have like spaces and stuff. Except this would be stupid because really the whole point of having like a table and for like this, lot of colors. You can like say that's hash symbol, pound symbol, whatever. Like if else. And then when it matches, I'll match for this first. And then this is a 2 thing, so it means it goes to another one. So this goes to like here or here. Like if or else, whatever. So I need to attach control flow in between these points when it finds them. Oh man. So like if I push pop a scope on block, Unless I define for every single key. I need to separate the block from like control flow, but only at some points. Technically, that works. And then symmetrical. If there's like an elif, this is an else. But if this is an elif, then this might go back up to here. It's like move one, and then it might be like back and forth, until it hits like an elif or an end. So like it's back and forth or whatever happens, there needs to actually be like a stack being pushed. Like the data structure. So it's not just always traversal. And then I can't always say that there is going to be a block. And sometimes it has to skip blocks. So I can't say like always attach a block and then a two, like to go to somewhere, because if it's like a define, I just want to skip that. It's technically valid, but skip it. So I might need like another like type whatever for like block and a two. And then sometimes though, it might not need a block. Because if it's like this symbol, and if I always push this, if it's like a pound symbol, if I always push that's a block scope, it's not always known because it might not always be valid. It might be a define. Do I even need to check for define? If all I care about is block scope, I'm trying to do too much. I'll have it only parse for block scope. Anything that's like technically part of the same like grammar, if it's not block scope, then I'm just gonna not. It doesn't matter. Man, this is like less and less useful, but it'll do block scope. So like that stuff needs to be like handled like during the parsing phase, whatever. If I do that, then whenever it's a hash pound symbol, if it's known that it only contains block scope, like that's what I was looking for, well, then it's safe to assume that a block needs to be pushed. Because I'm only ever doing it then is for block scope. The only thing is if there's like XYZ after else and there's no space between, So it could be like else and have like letters touching else. It makes it like invalid. As actually being that kind of like keyword, reserved word, whatever you want to call it. So if I make like a status bit or something to say like white space before or after true or false, then I'm not having to like specifically type up the space or say how many, except how many might be needed. But like if I can validate that block scope is block scope, then that's less for the parser to have to deal with. And then when it's parsing, it's like assuming that this is correct in the first place. It can like loop through and just check everything in between and be like, all right, it's safe to assume that this is block scope because that's why it was used to parse for block scope. So you can like prune out invalid matches when it's scoped 100% guarantee that scope is a scope. So parser has less to like evaluate. I hate this. I need to like have like a list. So then you can like specify or like whatever it's set up for whoever sets it up. I'd say like these are exactly the white space characters. And then also be like, well, in this case, it's this. Because like I want the whole grammar to be like in the grammar library. So like everything in whatever the data structure is that holds everything. I want everything to be here. And I want the control flow of the table to be driven only by what's in here, nothing internally. I need more caffeine. I gotta think. So I do need variations of a block. It's like a string block. It's like a double quotes or single quotes. But it's still string. It's the same kind of block. Any more caffeine? Because then I could do like this. And it's so fucking complicated. If like instead it's like preprocessor, like preprocessor, well it's already a block, whatever, so preprocessor, and then just block here, like whatever, what do you call it? Just call it a block, or scope. And don't want to call it a block because I'm calling it a block. Or I'm calling it a rule. I might call it a rule. Let's give it a B for block. This is object, this is enum. So then you can do like this for like the default to say like this is a preprocessor thing, but it's not specified what kind of preprocessor thing. And put that here. And it's like established. So I'm gonna merge this with the other idea. I think I'm almost done. So if this is like the block, and then it's followed by a 2, and it says it's this block, prepare whatever for this next thing, it's going to be of this kind, otherwise it's an error. Or it's an invalid file. And then the 2 to go to would be like this bunch of crap in here now. So if I only keep what's actually block scope, these are not even real words. I deleted them. Oh, here's 2. Let's get rid of this. You can say like, it's this kind of whatever preprocessor scope. It's the base because there's a double underscore. If it has 1 underscore, then it means it's like followed by the actual defined, like the enum. This is like the enum of 0. And this is not a string, this is a if else scope. Well, now this example doesn't really work. Whatever. Maybe it's like this here. I guess it's like label white space before or after. Or actually white space. It does kind of matter. So if it's invalid to have white space before, then have like 2 separate of these kinds, and then this means like white space before, no, or white space after, yes, and this means like white space not before but after is okay, and then white space before and after is okay. That way, if it's okay for this thing to have like white space before and after, so if that's valid, well, that's really annoying to read. I'll just assume the default's the default. So like inside what this actually holds the it's not even a white space, it's a list. And a list might be different depending on the freaking whatever. Like white space source list or array. Alright, so anyways, this would say like it's preparing for like this kind of block scope, so push this thing to the stack. And maybe these are both different. So in each key here is have a different whatever it's supposed to be based on the syntax. Okay, so basically I need like the function to wrap it. I already deleted it. Oh, here. And it's like this one's 2 and block, so TB. Or no, it's block then 2. So BT. And then this holds the block that it is, and then where it goes to from this block. I can make a return to self to drop the stack. So if it's not to self, maybe it's like back up to here, but then to this scope, whatever. It's like this one, then this one. Alright, so like, lots of things. I can't talk and think. So, I want to like, so like type it up like this, and this is as complex as it gets here. Just have to be like fucking like whatever the key is. Here. And then whatever is like to be applied based on the scope and the key on the right side. So it's like key and value. But it's not really totally value, it's gonna have data packed in it. But like, I think that's about as simple as it could possibly get. And then it gets rid of like this whole like nesting and nesting and nesting and nesting where it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. Except that will happen a little bit because these that like hold the rules and shit, those have to be like defined somewhere. But that's only defined once, and I'll like pack them at the end here or something. And then it's like super simple. It's like you type in the grammar, you type in the states, and then you set up the control flow. Like which things go to which things. It'll just run and then make the output. So I'm gonna like think and I'll BRB. There's so many other things. But I think that covers like the main or whatever the crux or whatever that is the issue. Or the crux of the matter. Is that how you, whatever the word crux means. The crux of the issue, whatever, or crux of the matter. Fancy words are stupid. Yep, I need some caffeine. I'm trying to keep this like as stupidly simple. I think like this is pretty much as simple as it can get. Like typing it in wise and setting it up. I'm gonna like just like assume that's it, then just keep going. Otherwise it's like endless going back and forth. This is getting really boring too. This is test. Test. Oh, I gotta restart the computer. Man. The sound on the Mac is terrible. Alright, so basically I'm like done brainstorming. Except I think I like it should be achievable to like have like a single object, have the control flow on top, and have like a little like group of stuff down here. To like define white space, like other things, whatever. But then have it like navigate this stuff. Parse the data. Have it like only like use like whatever block scope variant because it has to be the same block scope because it's the same kind of block. And there's like similarity between whatever. So I have the same like variant of the block scope and then just continue navigating to the next thing each time with only like a key and then a value. Have it like generate a simple flat. I might add like extra references to like other parts of it. So you can, I don't know, yeah. I'm gonna see if chatbot can like do that. Like, I message about, is it possible to define an entire grammar for parsing in a single JavaScript object where it only relies on the object, like the stuff inside of it, for control flow and data and such, so that it's separate from the program, with the program being a block scope parser, so that theoretically being a block scope depth parser, including depth, not like a simple one level parser you always do, because it always like does like the simplest thing, and it's like not helpful at all. Including like 255 depth in the C++ standard as example. That kind of nesting and depth. So that theoretically the grammar could be adjusted to whatever complexity or modified and not need the actual program to be modified. Keep the whole data or object key dependent. And how hard would it be? Question mark on a scale 1 to 10. And can provide an example of such that is already existent in the wild. If this already exists, I'd be pissed because I could just use it. And if not, how would you construct the solution, layout, and how to work? Question mark. Chatbot's the future. No, it's not. So instead of this parse if statement, parse while, parse expression, you have statement, you have grammar, statement, expression type. The parser itself knows what an if is. It simply executes whatever the grammar object tells it. The grammar becomes data. The parser is an interpreter. That's not even. like this would work for like HTML, whatever. So HTML is like filled with blocks and then elements, except elements you can have like, I think like any kind of name inside an element. It used to be like, it had to be like div or like P for paragraph or like H, and like there's all these fucking rules. And then now you can like use whatever you want after like the opening whatever angle thing. So I don't know, it would work for this too also, I guess. And then it needs like complexity because I think it's like technically okay to have space between whatever the angle brace and like or less than symbol and then like the div or whatever you want to call it, whatever element. So like since it has like control flow whatever in the grammar library, you could like have enter and then say like it's a kind of scope whatever less than greater than whatever, check for like the element and have like valid ones, invalid ones. Even though I think technically everything's valid now. And you can like tag it as what kind of like HTML element. And when you loop through afterwards, you can check like it's a HTML block or whatever, and then it's like element, and then what kind it is, and have like another tag for like other. And if it's not like the defaults, like div out, like div P for paragraph, H for header, whatever the fuck they are, or TD, TR. Then you can like I don't know whatever. It says you're describing a generic scope parser, not an expression parser, not a statement parser, not a CFG control flow graph parser, only scope. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying, and that's what it knew I was saying. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna intentionally switch it up and say antler. Antler does that. Changing the freaking frame. Every construct has opening condition and closing, nesting rules, children, parent, optional siblings, elif, else, optional escape rules, optional matching rules. That's much more manageable. 4 to 10, 4 to 10. All right, so can chatbot do it? So it's defining, it's picking the easy one too. It's like, here's the first key. Here's the closing for it. And it's nestable. You know, that's actually kind of whatever. It's so simple. All right, so I picked the easy one. All right, I'm like asking a second. So it's like, yes, it's like, there you go. It's like, look, I solved it. Oh, wait. Now it's more complicated. You can't just put tag in there. What? There's no element called tag. Oh, it's that simple, yes. So I'm saying, like, what about if with foobar as a freaking comment side of it? It's more complicated than just like, oh, you have like comments in between shit, like with this if here. It says previous example absolutely does not account for that. It says if all these should match, same opener. That means grammar cannot just say open if, instead it needs something more like open literal, skip white space comments. Yeah, and you gotta fucking define white space and comments. It says blah blah blah. It's the complexity isn't in the parser, it's in designing the grammar. Yeah, okay. What the hell is that? Is that an 8-byte character? Oh, 32-bit Unicode. Why is he using the word trivia? That's so annoying. So like, why is trivia even relevant? Do you not understand separation of concerns? It's absolutes all the way down when it comes to block scope. There is no trivia. Actually, theoretically, it's simply matching any of all possible that can be present since it's absolutes. And then working with only those knowns, the trivia does not even exist or need to be present theoretically. You are not an AI, and Sam Altman is a lying piece of shit. So whatever, theoretically I can write better software and will, or I mean put Microsoft, whatever, put Microsoft out business. Microsoft's not going to make it. It's not even theoretical. Microsoft, I mean. Says, I think you're actually getting at something deeper than skip trivia. If your parser only responsibly is recognizing scope boundaries, then yes, I think trivia is a wrong abstraction. Your parser shouldn't know or care white spaces. Well, comments, but it does because comments are block scope. It says its only job is, can I reach the next required token? Everything else is not that token. For example, instead of saying match blah blah blah, define match sequence, where the matcher itself knows that an arbitrary non-semantic region may exist between. What? It's switching to talking about atoms. Wow, this is a stretch to sound smart. That's why I don't use words to sound smart. Because I don't give any fucks, and this is retarded as fuck. So what the fuck is this? Where the matcher itself knows non-arbitrary, non-semantic regions that may exist between required atoms. Fucking atoms. Atoms don't even exist. They can only be weighed and measure them as weight, as like moles or whatever. Whatever. It's like something weighs however how many moles. And like the fucking periodic table's all fucking made up. The only thing that's real is a fucking mole, the molecule count. Are moles molecules. I just made that connection. Anyways, fucking, alright, whatever, stretch to fucking talk about or relate to atoms. For fuck's sake, I'm losing more brain cells feeding into this AI than you are giving me back. Oh, because it's matching elements. And it's like, oh, of course it should use the word atoms. Because I shouldn't have used the word atoms. It wasn't helping explain the idea. I was trying to describe the smallest matching elements. Oh, that is hilarious. The terminology wasn't. This is a pattern matching prediction based off like Google searches. This is so stupid. This is not AI. It's fucking idiotic. I'm like, shut up and try to get something done. I'm gonna keep changing my mind until I like type it and I'm stuck with it. So I think like thing on the left, the key, and then thing on the right, the value. And have the value be like something that's related to all the other ones. So it can be like not compressed, but like so only thing on the right hand side of the value, the key, is gonna be exactly whatever it has to do. Without like special like individual exceptions for each one. And then everything else gets defined down here. And like the base object, whatever. Alright, I'm done brainstorming. I'm gonna just fucking set this up. I gotta like undo and then I need more ice. It is so freaking hot. Oh my god. Like ice inside water and then it melts 10 seconds. Like it's already freaking gone. It's all melted. The water is fucking warm. This is so annoying. I need winter. Where the hell is winter? Oh, I hate summer. Fucking garbage. So even the fucking the text parser, it's like, hey, that's we only go up to like 256 scope. Anything beyond that, I mean, that's like above the standard. It won't do it. At least the text editor, it's like trying. I mean, Microsoft's like, hey, standard 256. But here at Microsoft, the C compiler depends. Depends on what? On the combination of statements that are nested. So like, is it windy out? Is it hot? What's the temperature like? Is there like a chance of rain? Is it like cloudy? How foggy is it? Will there be hail? Well, that also depends on the wind, the time of day. Generally between 100 and 110. There's nothing more specific than generality. Like, generally. Real specific. Yeah. From the people that make the compiler. That compiles and runs on the operating system. Depends. Are you fucking kidding me? At least Sublime. Like right here, these are red. It's 259. So, 9, 8. Wait, really? 250? Oh, it goes 1 byte. It is above the standard. $260. Why $260? Oh wait, maybe it's because I don't have one up here. Oh wait, maybe it's not. Oh no, it is. It's right there. No, it's exactly the standard 1 byte, like basically 256. That's standard Microsoft. Everybody knows it. Everybody at least tries to meet it. But Microsoft, fucking narcissists over there, they're like, hey, we know there's standards at Microsoft, except we're Microsoft. We don't need standards, and neither do you. As a customer, as a consumer, as a developer. Because we give no fucks. Oh, I fucking hate that damn compiler. That thing wasted so much of my fucking time. I know exactly how to make a compiler that is not that compiler. And it's gonna replace this compiler. Well, the compiler should be built into the operating system. replace Windows 2. You know what, whatever, I'm gonna get something done. So if I can like parse up to this many blocks or above, I'll go like one above to be exceptional. Then that's like better than Microsoft so far. And then technically you still gotta like evaluate and then generate the machine code to go between the code. Like this is just parsing, it's not generating the assembly. But the assembly that comes out of this piece of shit compiler is so bad. And it is so slow. It's so fucking slow. It's not even a competition. It's fucking trash. And they can't even meet the scope of the standard. They need to get a scope on things. And then they fucked over the game industry. They're like, hey, let's buy passes. You gotta buy a pass with Game Pass, whatever the fuck it was. And they fucked that up, and they tried to like buy up companies because nobody wants to go along with. That's a deal where you get fucked. So they tried to like buy the companies and be like, hey, we own the companies, so now this whole Game Pass thing is gonna work. And then they fire fucking like so many people, and then they're replacing them with like people outside the country, whatever you call that freaking passport. It's not even American based. Oh, it's so stupid. The stupid visa thing, whatever it is. Oh, it's so dumb. Microsoft is absolute trash. Like straight up garbage. That's where they're gonna end up. In the dump. Now it supports 257. No, it doesn't have one too many. It's 256. Including the outer one. Okay, so I'm gonna be able to parse it and support more than that. Did you know that the computer has more memory than RAM? And there's no reason for these limits. There's absolutely none at all. But nobody actually writes real programs. They just make garbage most of the time. So limits are like, nobody pushes, oh damn it. I need to focus. Nobody pushes limits yet anyways. Because you can't with this bullshit software. Unless you write your own software. Oh, that's so much work. Alright, so this is 110 matches. This meets Microsoft. So if I can have the parser, block scope parser do this, and then above that for 256, well actually one more, 257, then I think I'm good. So I think I'm gonna like set this up, the text file test, and then I got the recast function. I gotta make an array, have it pass back the result, because I passed in a table a slab of memory to like reuse every time. Kind of like in Unity, or like other game engines where you can pass in the same block of memory to raycast. So it's like it doesn't eat up time every time you like allocate. I have so many things to figure out. So I'm gonna get it to like loop over the result from raycast. Alright, first I gotta like finish genericizing this. Make it generic. It already is generic, but like the return value, right now I have to like do like a funky loop. I wanna make it return like a known, like this is what it is, this is how it's structured. And just make a fucking loop. And I have to clean up some of the code. Where I used for loops, I just like used random key values, and then like I lost track of the structure of the program. Because I have everything named. And I got lazy. And it's not readable. And it's too complicated to like just like guess. Because something will get fucked up. So I make this a generic call. Needs to return to another memory slab as out. Because I might need to get the result in a couple places. And I want to use the same. I can't though. There's a history. Damn it. Fucking fuck. I just want to make a decision and be done. I just want to be like, make a choice, make a choice, make a choice. And then be done. This is the first block logged. I need to log it before and then after the pass. I think it was retaining the state between calls. I removed a bunch of steps to simplify it. So I think it's doing extra work, but I don't remember if it's like researching every time. So like, when it passes back the result, I'm gonna need to like make a copy, I think, of the last values in the table. Now it puts 0. It normally returns -1 when not found. So like if these are all -1, it means not found, but they're 0 instead. So when they're not found, it needs to like not search again. And if it is found, it has to like resume from that point. So it doesn't have to like look and search again and again and again. If it doesn't have to, if it's already below that point. Because if it's at one point and it finds it like 20 indexes away, it needs to like not search 20 times because it already found it. It like checks and then only when it's equal to 20 or greater than, try to find it again. But I think I might have removed that. If I removed it, I'm not going to put it back right now, and I don't got to worry about the history. But if it's saving the state between, then I got to like make a copy of whatever it is and save it to the result. And then every time it runs, I got to check, does it have a history tied to it? And then pass the result back to like whatever. And then that way I get like separate like scratch space data for like the routine, fixed size, and then the result. I retain the history. If it's needed, I gotta check. And then I'm good. Yeah. So like this is like a bucket of keys. Oh, this is so boring. And I have a bit field that like indicates which are present, which are not in the result or the scratch pad data. So I can like check like a couple bytes to test if like any of these exist in the bucket. And then instead of saving like each thing at the index, I'll make it big enough to hold every possible result that it could be. So it's like fixed size. So like this will be like a plain integer array. I'm tired of objects and shit. This stuff is dumb as fuck. So it's just a normal int array, and then I'll pad, place, and whatever the data. It's like high level language for like shit performance. It makes no sense. It should be high level and then high performance. Like, literally do not know what they're doing. I can be so schooled when I get my engine out. This shit is ridiculous. Microsoft. They call it recommendations, the C++ standard.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs.
This is a Microsoft website. Like, it's their website. This is their document. It's not like a third party. This is like from Microsoft's mouth. Luckily, it's not from Bill Gates' mouth. Like Bill Gates, Epstein, the two Russian hookers. It's a dirty ass mouth.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs. Standard recommends limits.
Oh, that is so funny. Oh my god, that is really funny. They're like, the standard recommends limits. No, the standard's like, hey, please support up to this much, not, hey, you should place limits. What a way to reword that. Holy fuck. That's so clever.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs.
I'm gonna destroy you, Microsoft. You're out of business. Your compiler wasted my life. As I sat there waiting for this shit to compile. A fucking shithole. It took me like 2 years to write a JavaScript engine, and I used Visual Studio. It would have taken 1.5 years if I didn't have to wait for this piece of shit to compile. And then I had to wait for like the newer version because I pushed it to the limit and it hit the stack limit. And then luckily like the next month, like the new Microsoft whatever, and they updated the fucking like scope limit. I think now it's 110. I think it was way less than that before. It was fucking like, what the fuck, are you kidding me? Like when a program gets really big, there's lots of macros. The compiler is supposed to remove the damn scope if there's no reason for it. But no, it builds and it checks the scope. It doesn't even have time to like remove the overlapping scope or scope that doesn't matter and then be like, hey, this is like 200 nested, but only like 100 scope because these scopes aren't needed technically. No, it's like it builds and it fucking tests a scope and it's like it crashes because they're doing like recursive calls on the stack. They don't know how to separate the stack from the fucking code or the data. They don't even fucking care.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs.
They're not recommending to limit things. That's not what they do. Alright, the funny thing is that it says this.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs.
But when it comes to like, how much RAM does the computer have? It's like, oh, it's unlimited, just use RAM. It's page, it doesn't. So like, when it comes to like, how much RAM is there? Oh, it's magically just as much. But when it comes to like, how much technically, can you like specify like the exact? Oh, that doesn't. We place limits on that. So like when it comes to like the important things that run the things that are like unlimited, that doesn't matter. And then the limits.
The C++ standard recommends limits for various language constructs.
It's like the standard recommends limits, and then you'd think like, oh, okay, there must be like a strict specification as to what's what and why it's limited. I mean, no, no, no. It's like
Depends on the combination.
totally circumstantial and whatever. They run the compiler and then they're like, when does it crash? Let's try 120 scope. Let's do like 100 scope. Let's do 60 scope. Make something with like this many scope. And then they make it and they run it and then, oh, it looks like a 100 to 110. Oh my fucking god, these people are. I can wait. When I waste my time, it's my time. I'm not really wasting it. I'm stalling or doing something else or thinking about something as I talk. When big corporations with billions and trillions of dollars. Fuck.
Common nesting levels of compound statements, iteration control structures, and selection control structures, C++ standard. 256. Microsoft C++ compiler. Depends on the combination of statements that are nested, but generally between 100 and 110.
Oh, this is a limit too. This is funny. You know what you do when you hit this limit? I hit all the limits of this piece of shit.
Comma characters in a character string literal or wide string literal after concatenation, C++ standard, 65,536, Microsoft C++ compiler, 65,535 single byte characters, including the null terminator, and 32,767 double byte characters, including the null terminator.
What? Including. Oh. So null takes up 1 extra byte. And they just want to like bit mask. Be like, hey, it's in range, it's not in range. Oh, that's annoying. This is stupid. So it's really 65534, not 5. You can't make the length and then include the null terminator. The fuck is that? That literally breaks. It's fucking buffer overrun, overflow, whatever you want to call it. Oh, these people are so stupid. It's so stupid that it's annoying. Oh my, no. Oh, that's great. At least they were smart enough to like divide the number by 2. For the wide characters. Oh wait, literals, they might be 1 length. I think they're 1 longer than the actual length. You know what? That might not be a problem. I need to get. Yeah, I'm not. Alright, I'm not gonna waste time on chatbot. When you hit the limit though. Alright, so I thought it was like 1 less, but if. Oh, man. No, I'm not doing it. No chatbot. I thought it was 1 less. When you get the length of a string, it's like 3 or 4. So like. Length of this string is like ABC, whatever, it's really blurry. Length is 3. One, two, three. But if you have like ABC and then you're gonna go into like a literal, it includes the null terminator. So the length is actually 1 less. Because the null is part length. Is that why you can't get compile time constant length when it's a string, even though it's a literal? Oh, that's stupid. I think that might be why. That's really dumb. So the length of this is 3 too. It's 3. Except it's not, it's actually 4. because we got to include the null terminator. And I think, I don't care to fucking look it up, but in C language, I think it's like +1 extra. Fucking ask chat. I'm not gonna ask chatbot. I'm bored.
In C language, when getting the length of a literal string, is it +1 or -1 difference in relation to using like string len, or whatever it is to get the length? Sysiaf on the literal returns the total size including the null terminator.
So that's not a problem then. I was gonna be like, oh my god, that means you could like buffer overrun or overflow, whatever you want to call it. Except I guess not. Okay, so when you do hit that limit,
Microsoft C++ compiler. 65,535 single byte characters.
I wish this page existed when I was like writing and using this compiler. At least now they document it somewhere. So like if you hit the limit, you need string literals because you need to like, there's only so much RAM. Well, this was for 32-bit. You know what, whatever. I got things to fit really, really, really fucking tightly. Within 4 gigs. In 64-bit, you only get 2 gigs. Well, from whatever point that it's working on. Well, the stack, I don't think that's entirely true though.
For 64-bit x86 64R IP register 64-bit small memory the fastest, with the non-64-bit addresses when the linker uses offsets that are below the 32-bit SB, in long mode. What's the max size that the BSS and the text and code and thread shared and routed to what the max size that the executable image can be for 32-bit it was 4 GB, for 64-bit what is it?
That is a lie. I'm gonna have to fucking read the damn documentation. This piece of lying shit, chatbot, trash. Like in this assembly file, 64-bit, whatever, all that stuff. I forgot to say default relative. It can only be 2 gigs. If I make like the BSS segment or like whatever, code, data, text, read-only data, shared thread, whatever, if it's over 2 gigs, it doesn't build. The chatbot's always like, oh no, it can be more than 2 gigs. It's only from whatever point that it's. No. Literally, if that's true, why the fuck can't I make it more than 2 gigs assembly?
You're talking about the x86-64 small code model using RIP relative addressing. Key point, RIP relative instructions use assigned 32-bit displacement. That means any referenced symbol must be within RIP plus or minus 2 GB. Specifically, minus 2,147,483,648. Plus 2,147,483,647 from the instruction doing the access. This does not mean the executable can only be 4 GB. It means every referenced object must be located within plus or minus 2 GB of the code that accesses it.
Then it's 2 gigs. What the fuck is it talking about?
Must fit inside one approximately 2 GB window. For the small code model, Dart text about 2 GB, Dart router fits within same plus or minus 2 GB region, data fits within same plus or minus 2 GB region, Dart BSS fits within same plus or minus 2 GB region, got TLS accessed with RIP relative also within range.
Thread local shared? What the hell's got? Whatever the fuck it is.
Effectively the entire image everything that must be directly RIP relative, must fit inside one approximately 2 GB window.
That's fucking true.
This does not mean the executable can only be 4 GB.
But it is.
Effectively the entire image everything that must be directly RIP relative, must fit inside one approximately 2 GB window.
This thing doesn't fucking know shit. And then there's like extra fucking like, well, I guess it depends on how the CPU is set up in the kernel. There's like extra fucking indirection. So it's like you get less memory and then it takes longer to access.
So 32-bit. We got 4 GB of RAM and then 64-bit. We get must fit inside one approximately 2 GB window. Only 2 GB of RAM. No. Different limits. 2-bit. CPU address size equals 32 bits. Maximum virtual address space per process. 2 to the power of 32 bytes equals 4 GB. That 4 GB is not always usable RAM. OS splits it. For example, 64-bit. CPU address size equals much larger. Typical x86-64 process virtual space, 128 TB. 48-bit virtual addresses, or much more on newer CPUs. The 2 GB window is not RAM limit. It is only an addressing shortcut. No, that's the guaranteed addressable limit of the disk image. The 2 GB window is not RAM limit. It is only an addressing shortcut, having to call malloc. If there is data to hold in memory, it means it can't be in the executable, and there is the extra annoyance of having to load things up from permanent storage to a malloc of memory. If I have a program that is mapped to 4 GB, because I was memory mapping to implement caching to the drive in 32-bit mode and literally got the same performance of using the native addressable paging, the Windows OS is absolute shit if I can get near literally the same. The OS must also have limits on disk access. LMFAO, the disk access time, is absolute shit. I DC anymore. It's not possible to map a 4 GB program to 64-bit when it's in the fast mode where only 2 GB addressable RAM distance. The full 64-bit mode is slow as fuck. What's the addressable RAM limit for the slower as fuck 64-bit addressing long mode with all 64-bit addressable memory?
So I like implemented my own like caching, whatever. I was like, oh my god, it's like the same speed as like just using paging in 64-bit mode. And then it's like, oh, the disk access time is so slow. Windows must like incur, probably I'm assuming, the same delay when reading from the disk. Because Windows isn't really the operating system, it's a kernel. So when Windows is paging, even the fucking processor, it probably has to like incur that like time delay. It's really fucking slow. It's like you access something and then it pauses. Because the OS, the kernel, the fucking CPU has to like has all these other things accessing the memory management unit. It has like delay, and then it gives you a response and delay. So like Windows must have to like I thought there'd be like a quick access. It's like paging, but there's probably not. Unless Windows is just absolute shit, which it is. So I don't know, whatever. The fucking virtual memory makes things so damn slow.
In x86-64 there are not two CPU modes where one is fast 64-bit and one is slow 64-bit. There are mainly two things being confused.
No, it's the same thing. This is stupid.
The CPU can run long mode with full 64-bit registers in all cases. The CPU uses a full 64-bit address. The difference is extra instruction bytes, sometimes extra instructions, more register pressure.
It's literally taking every single thing I said and intentionally reframing it. That's extra slow mode. It's fucking extra. Fucking paging.
Small x86-64 model, static code data near each other, plus or minus 2 GB IP relative range. What's the other long addressing modes? List all of them.
Oh my god, this is so annoying.
No, not the address instruction variations. The fucking mode that is set when the CPU locks into a ring level and the kernel tells IT what variant of the long mode that something is to be run as. Lost those, as Intel specifies in the docs. Is there a large memory mode for long mode, yes or no? What fucking flags are set to configure our IP 32-bit addressing mode? List all the flags for the IA32FRLME equals 1, long mode enable MSR bit.
I think this is where like they can run like a virtual machine over the network.
Bit 13 SVME, Secure Virtual Machine Enable, AMD virtualization feature, enables SVM.
And there's like one core on the CPU that gets dedicated to it at a time and it moves around across cores. So you can't notice it. I think that was it. Or it's somewhere else in here. And you like write to the memory and then it doesn't change it. But it does change it. It just doesn't show like to you that it was written to. Or it's fucking stupid. And then you can't like enter it if it's already entered, but you don't know if it entered. Except that had to do with networking. This doesn't say like network, so whatever.
Current software constraints for x86-64 support. The following constraints are core boot limitations as it was intended to run in protected mode only. The code still assumes 32-bit pointers in some
Oh my god, that's so stupid. That's paging 101.
segmentation in long mode. Segmentation in long mode functions with a flat model with the exception of two registers, FS and GS. Setting the base address for these two segment registers is possible via two specific model-specific register, MSR, S, FS base, C0000100H, and GS base, C0000101H.
Oh my god, this is literally paging.
Additionally, there is a long mode specific instruction called SWAPGS, which swaps the contents of GS base and another MSR called kernel GS base, C0001002H. This instruction is particularly useful for preserving kernel information for a specific logical processor core across context switches. Note: this is an exchange operation.
There is no zero whatever thread. It literally swaps the kernel around. Every context switch? Are you kidding me? That has to be the dumbest shit. Okay, anyways. Alright, so this says
Enable long mode by setting the LME flag, bit 8, in MSR 0x.
alright, chatbot says. So it's bit 8 MSR. Fucking top of the RAM. Under 4 gigs. Oh, it doesn't even give an address. Oh wait, no, it is right. It just doesn't say where. Oh, there's 16 bytes too. Wait, that's only a byte. Wait, what?
This FS base C0000100H and GS base C0000101H, are those only one difference byte length from each other? C0000100H and C0000101H are not one byte apart in the sense of register size. They are MSN numbers addresses in the MSR space.
Oh. Oh, that is really weird.
Stored values are full 64-bit addresses.
Wow, that's a first. So they're set up for like 128-bit. It'd be super easy to fucking update. They just gotta change a couple numbers. Because everything's like aligned to whatever the byte size is, or the size T. Because normally you gotta like fucking multiply, because it's like byte addressable. I'll look that up later. So like, alright, I gotta get back on track. I got so much shit to do. When you like reach like the max, whatever, like string literal length in Visual Studio, you gotta fucking like split that bitch. and make like separate fucking strings. If you want to like pack up the data within like the 4 gigs, and then now it's like 64-bit, you only get 2 gigs. Or you gotta like fucking call malloc and then save whatever this is. It's like the fucking hard drive, and then load it and then set it to memory. I'm done complaining. So I'm gonna save the position of whatever it's currently at, of the result from the raycast, whatever, I guess result. And then I was gonna like whatever, but then I realized that whatever it does find, if I don't modify it, what I can do is I can like fucking like just loop what I found last time and then set it to the data slab that of the Windows and X search. So I'm making like a stat field and set a bit to say like it already found characters, and then I'll save on like a couple searches when it has to like find the stupid matches. And then I have like I don't know, yeah. This is so fucking boring. I want to get to operating system or finish up the stuff I got. I gotta make Windows obsolete. Everything's garbage. So I need to get this thing genericized. Then I'm gonna pack up the data like this. For now, I'm not gonna worry about like recovering it on the next pass or saving it. So I'll just skip that part, but like leave space for it. Get this to call once. And I have like this already set up. And I'll test for a match in here with the bit mask to figure out which key exists in the fucking table, whatever, in the group. So I gotta save a bit field for each of these. Man. So I wanted to like just not touch this and leave it. I'm gonna have to like mirror a copy of it. Do like a deep copy. And save some status flags. freaking infinite loop. How to find nothing? I didn't save it. Oh, it's working, okay. I'm done complaining. I'll research and whatever operating system stuff for like 64-bit later. 32-bit, I kind of have that figured out. 64-bit is a fucking joke. I need more caffeine. Alright, so if I genericize this, I gotta fucking make a copy of this, deep clone it. Then I can run this. Raycast, get the characters. Test if the key's even present with the bitfield test. And then pick whatever the first one on the list is. And then if it's like not relevant based on what the current scope is, I can like increment the offset index and access the next one, whatever. Or I can remove them and then shuffle them all down. But in this way I can like save the state. Because if it has a stack, I might have to save this to the stack. Because every time it enters a scope, I might need to save. That's going to take up a lot of space. Potentially. Especially if it's going to like nest this deep. It's a lot of space. So I'm going to figure it out. Yeah.
Output words that can be used in place of result, that have to do with the output of some function or evaluation that has a good first 3 letters, that don't overlap with many other things. I can't label something with res, it seems like a bad idea. I need to label globals and stuff, output something useful, this AI crap. Waste of time to ask. I'll just do whatever. F. Need replacements for result with better 3-letter prefixes. Good global friendly names. Add output, out val. Add output, out val, out data, out buff, out code, out state.
This AI stuff is so not even funny. Like literally, I've been naming everything like not all the time, but like more recently without. Cause C# is stupid, but like in and out, it does make sense. Cause some of their stuff is like whatever. So like I have like out dirty bit for like the bit field of like what has like dirty bits, what was like set, what was found, what was not. And I have like out, just like out, like the data array. So like I've been naming shit without all over the place. Too much. And chatbot, it just copies. It's like, oh, you want a 3-letter blah blah blah. And it's like, use out. I literally said,
That has a good first 3 letters that don't overlap with many other things. Good global friendly names. Add output.
so it just skipped over that one part to answer what it wanted to answer. It's not even worth pasting what I asked. I'll respond, just leave it, whatever. Just fucking call it result. Or whatever, res instead. What do you call a ray hit? That's probably a bad idea. It's confusing to have the same name. Or end with the same thing. Oh, I can do out. If I can, freaking this keyboard's different. Out, hit. I don't care anymore. Do out hit. And this is like the scratch pad where like predefined size, reuse every time. And then this is the result. I want to position this one before the other argument, though. Or maybe not. I can't stand the heat. I need winter to come back. I can't take this. It's cool, but the air is still dry. Where the hell is winter? I'm tired of summer. I need to do the bare minimum and just get this done. But JavaScript is so slow. If I do the bare minimum, I'm gonna run out of memory. Then I'll have to like figure out how to like enable larger than 4 gigs for JavaScript. And that's probably gonna come with like a bunch of like gotchas or like things that you don't know will happen that'll happen that I don't want to deal with. I'm gonna save another backup and then just get this done. You know what? I don't want winter to come back. When winter comes back, all the bugs outside fucking come inside. It's like, fuck, it's cold out here. Let's go inside the house. You open the door, fucking big ass spiders and shit jump out of the bush. Oh, it needs just summer can stay. I don't care. Oh, the spiders are huge. I want to move to Antarctica. That'd be fucking awesome. Bears are way better than spiders. At least you don't step on them. Oh, I get this done. So I wanted to like move this up in the file. And then I'm tired of JavaScript. I like it to assembly. So like I got distracted. And then I'll name something like this for labels in assembly. So I don't know, whatever. I gotta like move stuff back because move it back and then move this stuff somewhere lower in the file. Because I can't move the whole file above this point because everything else will break. So I gotta find out where to move it above, but like not inside. I'll just do like right outside the function declaration. It's not worth just moving stuff around over and over and over. And it's totally a handle. It's fucking called handle. Did I spell that wrong in accident? I don't even care. Freaking undo and then shuffle it again. So later I need to make like an array and then allocate and then keep track of it. For now I'll just like fucking make one and then like not call it again. Just use one thing. Yeah. Oh, this is so boring. So I gotta like undo and then paste this like not so high up in the program. I still gotta move this stuff into like a new program. It's not. Oh, fuck. I have never included a JavaScript file from a JavaScript file. I just use the browser. It's like you use script or some shit. You just like paste and like. You can evaluate a file and run JavaScript. But there's still like a 4 gig limit. I'm gonna have to find the fucking like enable more than 4 gigs flag. 4 gigs is so tiny in space. It's gonna have to hold the fucking like data structure and then Josh, this is stupid. I need to focus. This is so fucking dumb and boring. The only positive is that when I'm done, I can like run it in my JavaScript engine. I can like use this, update it, add the rest of the stuff to like transpile it and then make it build itself. And I get like actual speed, unlike this trash. This is shit.
T. TH beta 3 let.
so this like is not assigned yet. I don't want to reshuffle everything. Oh, I just don't fucking care. How is this not? Top frame. Well, this is like what I gotta get next. After I just shuffle around. I need to just not break anything. I need to like just refactor a tiny bit. So it says it's a non-frame type here because it's missing an argument. Where did I copy this from? Damn it, it's so annoying. Oh, I copied it from push frame. Okay, so where is that called? Copy pasting is not the best. Yeah. This computer cannot handle the context menu pop-up thing, so I'm not using that. Whatever the heck it's called. It doesn't even work anyways. It's literally being called. It's exactly right here. Was I testing for not instead of equal? No, that's right. If not, it freaking has it though. I'm gonna fucking pass it in. Why the fuck is it not showing up? It's not entering. I just don't care. It's entering. What the fuck? It's push frame. New frame. Assign top frame. How the fuck? Oh. It's passing argument 1. What the fuck is this here? So I'm calling it here. Am I using the frame? Because there's a top frame. And then I want to be able to like save a state and then re-enter. And a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's like, it's carefully set up. If I fuck it up, it's fucked up, and it'd be really annoying to have to fix. Why am I bit masking? Oh man, did I do that? Annoying ass. I'm not touching any of this. Push frame must be called before never entered. Trip can't be on. Entry is on. How is trip off? There's multiple states. I'm not going to touch any of them. I'm not going to figure that out right now. Can you just ignore this? Why did I not name this after the freaking type it is? Man. I need macros. Can't stand this shit. Did I paste something here? No. Top grammar. It's not. Did I make a bug? So this thing's a handle, even though it's not a handle. It's like the whole thing. It's like the suitcase, the freaking wheels and all. It's not just handle. It's a freaking object. This is so boring. This gets top grammar, library, whatever. It's top frame. Flags outside of used bit range are set. I have L frame. And then top frame. What's the difference? Did this get fucked up when I was renaming stuff? Or did I intentionally name L frame? It doesn't matter. It might have been L for left. But I'm gonna assume this is a frame. If it runs, I'm gonna assume it's fine. And then I assume it's gonna be really, really annoying if it's fucked up. Really annoying. Because here it makes a new one. if I save a copy of it, it only enters here on first entry, or like initial entry, or it's supposed to. Because it's supposed to enter multiple times, so I have it set up like in a really annoying way. So I can't grab this if like it's an entry where it's not really using it, because it doesn't enter. And it's like a whole bunch of states that are being set. I'm gonna assume it's fine. This better be fine. So it is testing true. It's not like doing some weird exception. It is working, I think. I think I named it L. Because it's LLK and that's too long. Or like LLK grammar, whatever the fuck it is. So it might not be fucked up. Except I keep forgetting to fucking turn this back on, so it's totally possible something fucked it up. Is this where I fix the infinite loop? The infinite loop? I'll fix that later. Oh, this is so boring. So I need to make one of these. Let's make a freaking uint32 array. Fucking make these offsets. Pass it back. It's a waste of time to move it all the way to the top and try to shuffle stuff around. Then I already have like this. Everything above this, replace old with it. So I was replacing the old code, and then it looks like I didn't finish. It's like 11510. There is no top. Yes, there is. It's like 11,000 minus. Oh, come on. That's not that bad. Just like another 1,000 more lines to deal with later. At least it's like placed after that stuff. Oh, this, okay, whatever. I had to delete that stuff anyways. Once I get the new stuff in. and then none is needed. I think. Man, the stream's at 11 hours. Dang it. I'm like, skip everything. Just get done. I'm gonna say that and then I'll get distracted anyways. there's like a frame, and then the frame can change depending on the entry. So like if the grammar changes and it's gonna have to be resized. There's so many title things. I'm just gonna like deal with it all later. I think I saved the name of the grammar to the stupid frame or whatever. So I should grab the name and then save it to this. And if they don't match, throw an error. Or just add a bunch of checks after. And I gotta split this up by freaking 2. The ID and then the stupid index. And then ID and index. That's a lot of fun. Which one's which? Is one of them a typo? I'll call this one out arrayVar. So a match is here. Because I didn't give this a name. I should have fucking named this. Way too late now. So it has to be the same. And then this length applies to this and these. Except one, so this has to be like divided by 8. Which means a freaking unrolled amount needs to be saved. Also. So I should just save it as both links separate. So I won't have to like compute that every time. Because I need to like separate this from the stupid type, but it has to be like sized correctly for the type. Not the type, the grammar or whatever. The grammar library. I'll freaking do that. I'll name that one out, dirty bit, and this one out. That's not confusing at all. Nope. Man, that is a shitload of properties. Fuck. I could do that, but it's still the same amount of memory. If I pack it, it is what it is. It's really not that much memory, but like 4 gigs. JavaScript, that's like so tiny. And it's gonna resize. So I can't put these here. If I do, I gotta freaking recompute it. That's slightly better. This doesn't even have like an official length, it's just like I divide it by the multiple that's rolled by to like loop and roll. So I'm gonna pack all this in a freaking UN32 array. But I need to wrap an object so I can give it like an extra property to tag it with and check. And make a stupid type check. Oh, I can't just skip everything. Freaking make one of these. I'm gonna make one of these for this. Templates in programming don't exist because the software is shit and the operating system's garbage. If templates actually existed, oh my god, it'd be so fast to make code and just set stuff up, because 90% of this is like, I do the same fucking thing over and over, so it's the same thing. So it's templated as if it were. And then C++ has that shit, but it's slow as fuck. This garbage is not high level. Bunch of idiots.
Why would a finite state machine take you 1,100 lines to build?
It's not just a finite state machine. I'm like code generating for the Vulkan API. Because the C program, C language is terrible. So you gotta use a worse language because it's easier to write in to output for C language. So it's like doing the finite state machine stuff and then like if I turn that off, I delete the stuff in this folder. Is it gonna take an hour to delete? I think it's gonna take an hour to delete. Yeah, it's gonna go one by one by one. Whoever updated this file manager, this was like the worst update ever. Like seriously. Why are you deleting them at like half-second intervals? It doesn't even animate. At one point it used to animate. Now it doesn't. It would go boop, 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 boop. You'd see them all disappear. Now it's just really slow. So it's like timed and it's like obviously supposed to animate, but there's nothing animating. Oh, life. So when I build the JavaScript now, it should make these files. Why is it still running this? At least it made the files. Wrong one. Okay, deleting files is a mistake. I'll just move them. Okay, now I should run it and it'll make the files. There. And then these are like really, it's bloated because like, I'm literally like just replacing text in between to make a file. It's extremely bloated. Hey, does this still even run?
How many lines of code does it take to make a triangle in Vulkan versus OpenGL, and what percentage more lines is that? It depends on what you count. Window creation shaders comments helper libraries. Typical from scratch examples: OpenGL, Modern, GLFW plus GLAD, 150-300 lock, Vulkan, 800-1500, lock.
So OpenGL is like 300 lines, and then Vulkan is like 1,500. That's a lot more code. That's what, 5 times? 400% more lines.
The Vulkan SDK triangle sample is around 1,000 plus lines once initialization is included. Using representative numbers: OpenGL, 200 lock, Vulkan, 1,000 lock. Difference: 1,200 equals 5, so Vulkan is 400% more lines, or equivalently, OpenGL equals 20% of Vulkan's code. Vulkan equals 500% of OpenGL's code. Approximate ranges: minimal OpenGL, 100-200 lock. Minimal Vulkan, 800-1200. Lock 6-8 larger, 500-700% more code. Most of Vulkan's extra code is not drawing the triangle itself. It's creating and managing.
Oh, so much fun.
VK instance, physical device selection, logical device, queue families, swap chain, image views, render pass, or dynamic rendering, framer buffers, command pool, command buffers, synchronization, fences, semaphores, pipeline layout, graphics pipeline, descriptor infrastructure, memory allocation, presentation.
This is why people still use OpenGL. This is why. This is a complete lie.
The actual draw call is still essentially vkcmd bind pipeline, vkcmd bind vertex buffers, vkcmd draw, which is only a few lines. The vast majority of the code is explicit setup that OpenGL performs implicitly behind the API.
That's like saying Linux is just a couple lines. It's like, start Linux. And then, oh, it's only a couple lines, really? No, it's a lot of lines. Fucking say shit.
Which is only a few lines.
Man, chatbot's a lying piece of garbage. And this is boring. I gotta get Shrek on here. At least I'm annoyed with this stuff. I think I might focus better now. Man, I really dug a deep hole. I am almost out of it. I'm gonna start another stream. So that's why it's my lines. Oh, baby. Chatbot is a lying piece of trash. Chatbot sucks. And Sam Altman is dumb.